The Zote menu screen is the best one. These are my any percent runs. Steel Soul? No, I'm not doing that. Yeah, I did Absolute Radiance. Well, wait, on Radiant difficulty? I don't know about that. It's not the Void Heart version. What does that even mean? Can I not even choose Steel Soul? Or maybe it's after this. I did Pantheon 5. I want to do all Pantheon bosses again, but we'll see. Pantheon 5 is kind of a pain in the butt. Would definitely take me a few hours at least. P5 is the worst shit I've ever completed in any video game. It's nice to have like a tough challenge, but yeah, P5 is really brutal. So yeah, I don't know, chat. I was thinking about doing this playthrough on keyboard mouse. I don't know. The thing is, like, I kind of want to try to run Silksong. And, I mean, keyboard mouse is like, I feel like it's definitely superior, but at the same time, every time I've played this game, I've done it on controller. So I don't know. I don't know what I want to do. I was thinking that I could, like, you know, practice the game on... Like, if I play through Hollow Knight on keyboard mouse, I would be more comfortable when Silksong releases, if I want to try to play it on keyboard mouse. Oh yeah, they're both good. I mean, I think, like, most of the top runners use keyboard mouse, though. What's up, Ain? I don't even know how to attack on keyboard mouse. Oh, X. I wonder if people normally, like, rebind. How do you even jump? Isn't it harder to hit under and above? I mean, I don't know. You know, I actually wonder, like... Hold Z. Oh, use... I don't know how people normally use, like, keyboard mouse in this game. I don't know, man. Maybe I should just use controller. I'm just not sure if I should change the binds. Like, if I'm gonna try a keyboard mouse, I don't know if I don't know if I should rebind anything. From using A and D. Well, you move with the arrow keys in this game by default. Yeah, controller, I don't know. I've always played this game on controller. I was just thinking I could try to get used to keyboard mouse, but I kind of want to try to run Silksong, and I figured it might be good to to like learn how to play the game on keyboard mouse. But I'm kind of curious what like runners of this game use. Personal preference, yeah, for sure. I don't know what, I don't know. I mean, yeah, you could use higher beings, these words are for you alone. Your great strength marks you amongst us. Focus your soul and you shall achieve feats of which others only can dream. First playthrough. I mean, if like I'm super comfortable playing this game on controller, but at the same time, it's like I don't know. I don't know. I'm definitely gonna struggle if I try to play this on keyboard mouse at first. Like I could use WASD and use my mouse, but I don't know if that's a good idea. No, I mean, I like using controller for this game personally. It's more so like if I want to run if I want to speedrun Silksong, I kind of want to learn keyboard mouse, but at the same time, it's like I don't know. I mean, I'll get used to it. I'm gonna feel so, this is gonna feel so like uncomfortable at first. Like I feel so, this, I don't really play platformers with like, I mean, I don't know if you'd call Hollow Knight a platformer, but it is to a degree. Man, I feel like I'm playing a video game for the first time right now, chat. Like a fucking old man. I missed the money. Oh, right. Have I reminded Bach? Yeah. I went into Bach's stream yesterday. Wait, how do I... What is interact? Oh, it's down. We got our first charm, baby. Yeah, I've been trying to get Bach to play Hollow Knight for like 5 years, and he's like, dude, when Silksong releases, I'll do Hollow Knight. And then, you know... Well, Silksong's fucking 2 weeks away, so it's time now, buddy. Why am I getting achievements? I reset my achievements just for fun. I don't really care about the achievements. I just figure it's just nice seeing the pop-ups. Did I use Sam? I did, yes. Not into Metroidvania-like games. Yeah, I mean, that's fair. But Hollow Knight is so good. But yeah, I mean, there's a few people who I've, like, tried to get to play Hollow Knight, and they're, you know, just not really...
Yeah.
Not really interested. Do I press down? Oh, wait, how do I... Oh, there we go. Press I. Oh, that's kind of awkward. Can you not use mouse? I guess not. I really don't like the I button. Yeah, we'll talk to him. Don't worry. Oh there, traveler. I'm afraid there's only me left to offer welcome. Our town's fallen quiet, you see. Other residents, they've all disappeared, headed down that well one by one into the caverns below. Used to be there was a great kingdom beneath our town. Long fell to ruin, yet it still draws folks into its depths. Wealth, glory, enlightenment, that darkness seems to promise all things. I'm sure you too seek your dreams down there. Well, watch out, it's a sickly air that fills the place. Creatures turn mad and travelers are robbed of their memories. Perhaps dreams aren't such great things after all. Did he say anything else? Many used to come, hoping the kingdom would fulfill their desires. Hollow Nest it was once called. Supposedly the greatest kingdom there ever was, full of treasures and secrets. Now it's nothing more than a poisonous tomb full of monsters and madness. Everything fades eventually, I suppose. Feeling tired? That bench may be iron, but I assure you it's quite comfortable. There's no better place to collect your thoughts before heading below. Plus, I enjoy the company, not that you seem the talkative sort.
Alright.
That was the last time I played this game, like 5 years ago. And I normally play this game on controller. I'm trying to play it on keyboard mouse right now, which feels extremely weird. But we go over to the right side. I can't remember. I know there's the mine over here. Oh yeah, there's this big boy. One grub saved. Oh, bury my mother, pale and slight. Bury my father with his eyes shut tight. Bury my sisters 2 by 2, and then when you're done, let's bury me too.
But you didn't know.
Do you know that one? It's one of my favorites. We can sing something else if you like. You start singing and I'll join in. I bet you have a beautiful singing voice. What are you down here for? If you came to get wealthy, just look around you. These mines are still bursting with riches. There's plenty for everyone. Just grab a pick and join in. I can't remember if there's... Oh, come on. No, this is just the spot where you can, like, break through the floor, right? I think. Yeah. There wasn't really much point in coming here, but, you know, whatever. We're not doing a speed run. So by the way, chat, I'm playing on keyboard mouse for the first time, so I'm like, it feels a little weird. Sorry, Mr. Grub, I can't get you yet. Why though? Well, okay, so my thought was, if I want to speedrun like Silksong, it would be good to learn like keyboard mouse. That's honestly the main reason. Because keyboard mouse is kind of just better for these kind of games, but at the same time, I mean, I'm comfortable on controller, but I figured it would be good to skip to get that grub without skills. Really? How do you get it? Oh, is it with fireball? Wait, no, you said without skills. Wait, is there a Venge Fly in that room? Oh wait, it's, oh no, I remember, it's up here, yeah. Oh man, it's kind of hard though. It's gonna die in one more hit. Do you have to double pogo it? Oh, that's awkward. Maybe if you... Yeah, you can just leave the room and come back, but... Maybe you want to bring it down, like, over here. Ah! Chad, I don't know if I'm gonna manage this, especially on keyboard mouse, where I feel like I can barely control my fucking character. I mean, I need to... How do I want to do this? How do you actually do it, chat? You have to bait him out, like, far? Aha! We did it. No, I've played Hollow Knight before. I'm just, hello there. Come down to explore those beautiful old ruins. Don't mind me. I have a fondness for exploring myself. Getting lost and finding your way again is a pleasure like no other. We're exquisitely lucky, you and I. I'm a cartographer by trade, and I'm working on mapping this area right now. Would you like to buy a copy of my work so far? Yes. Map can be a useful thing, but it alone won't show you where you are. If you've not the head for directions, suggest purchasing a compass for my wife, Iselda. She's just now opening our new map shop in Dartmouth, selling all sorts of useful things to wanderers like yourself. She'll even sell some of my old maps from time to time. I pop back to see her whenever I finish mapping an area. She's always so excited to see me. Yo, Mr. Fide, thank you for the $5, man. Oh, well, that's awkward. God, dude, keyboard mouse feels so weird. I do feel like I'm already starting to kind of get the hang of it, but... I think the biggest thing is like down pogoing on controller is awkward unless you use the D-pad. Wasn't there... Oh yeah, we can do the skip here. This might take a few tries. Kinda awkward to get this guy through here. No. Okay, that was good. I think just tanking a hit might be a good strat, honestly. Yeah, I mean, I could pogo these, but... like... it's still very likely it's gonna run into it. Aggro the fly later. Yeah, I could do that too. That's true. Oh my god, it's the controls, man. Like, I would have no problem doing this on controller. God damn it, man. Ugh. Whatever, we're like right here. Actually, I could just use my spirit to pogo. I mean, I might still go back to controller. I don't know. We'll see, chat. I've played through Hollow Knight like 2 or 3 times. Well, I mean, I've beaten the game more than that because I've speedrun it, but I think I've like 100%ed the game 2 or 3 times. I don't know why I'm even getting this money, dude. I don't need it. I mean, you do need a lot of money if you're going for 112%, but there's plenty of other places to get way more money. I don't think the price is available for Silksong. I guess I don't know if they still like haven't decided on the price or what. on Game Pass. Oh, really? Dude, like, everything's on Game Pass these days. It's wild. Where am I? Is it M for the map? Tab. I thought I remember there being... So confused. What's up, Vendrick? Also, Trex, thank you for the 31 months, buddy. Play on controllers. Badly don't. Feels like I'm playing the game for the first time again. I don't think I ever had the record in Hollow Knight, but I could be wrong. I don't remember. Why am I in keyboard and mouse? Well, I thought since I'm doing another playthrough, it might be a good idea. This is like the slowest Fall Knight fight ever. I figured since I'm doing a new playthrough, it would be good to like learn the game on keyboard mouse. I did P5 before. Most challenging Hollow Knight boss. Big money. Gonna be the only topic for the rest of the stream. Nah. Who's that creeping out of the darkness? My, you're looking grim. Strange, empty face and a wicked-looking weapon. Something important has drawn you down in the Hollowness corpse, but I won't ask what. Perhaps the reason you found me is because you need my help? Say no more, friend. I'm gonna give you a gift, a nasty little spell of my own creation. It's just perfect for a little one like you. I didn't read the oh ho ho part. Okay. Oh my god. Come on, spit another one. Oh, there you are. I was watching over you while you slept and must have slipped away myself. I woke up and found you disappeared. You are a surprising one. Ho ho ho. Actually, I wanted to ask a small favor of you. You see, there's a certain creature lurking just above us in the heart of this temple. Oh, well, yet another surprise. You've slain that creature before I've even asked. I scarcely deserve such a friend as you. You're a marvel. Oh ho ho ho. And look, the gate between us is opened. Oh ho ho. You like saying oh ho ho a lot. I'm sure you're eager to move on. Farewell and have faith. Whatever you are seeking, it will find you. Oh ho ho ho. 3 out of 10 voice acting. Yeah, sorry, I'm not a theater kid. Hey Boshhead, thank you for the 47 months, man. PoE 2.3. Is that the? Are you talking about the last edict update? Oh, what the? Yeah, I'm gonna be. Oops. I'm gonna be playing the new PoE 2 update. I have a sponsor for it actually. Oh my god, I'm about to die here, aren't I? You're concerningly washed. Listen, I'm playing on keyboard mouse for the first time. Alright? I don't want to fucking hear it. I've always played Hollow Knight on controller. But the thing is, chat, like, I want to speedrun Silksong, and I don't know, I feel like if I do... Maybe controller... I don't know, man. I don't know if it matters that much or not, like... They made me use an Xbox controller. It's fine, guys. It was for the skip. Easy shade skip. Won't matter for the first 2 months. Yeah, I mean that's kind of what I'm thinking. Like, I mean, obviously, I don't know. I just feel like keyboard mouse is better for control. But I have the most experience playing on controller. Place 2 uses a fight stick. Really? I don't know, Hell Knight. I don't know. It is going to be kind of annoying to like relearn the game. The thing about controller chat is that, well, okay, when I play this game on controller, I normally use the analog stick, which like I know I shouldn't, but the downside is like pogoing on the analog stick is kind of ass. Like it's okay. Well, I mean it's okay, but you can sometimes like miss inputs. Jesus! Anything up here? No, I'm not gonna speedrun Silksong for like a super long time, but I mean, I'm definitely interested in like, I don't know. I think it's a lot of fun to run a game as it develops. Seeing all like the new routes and new strats and stuff will be cool. Really curious to see what kind of like skips are figured out and stuff too. Hey, Alins, thank you for the 31 months. I might do MGS4 after the remake. Should I do the pogo here? What's even down here? I don't know. Where even is this? I guess we can get the map. Isn't this a oh, is this guy gonna... I guess we're safe here. Isn't this a contrast from the Crossroads? Such a humid, lively place. The roads twist and turn in the most wonderful ways. I've done my best to chart the area ahead, though I must admit some of the area's inhabitants proved quite a nuisance. Hey, Ramsham, thank you for the 1,000 bits, man. Yeah, I love Hollow Knight. Get up there. Grubby. I'll be honest, I've 112% of the game Well, actually, I think I only 112%ed it once. But I think, like, when the game first came out, I 100%ed it, right? And then when the Grim Troop came out, I did 106%. And then when God Home came out, I did, whatever, it's fine. I did 112%. So I think you didn't even need to skip there. That's fine. I think I've done it like 3 times total.
Yep.
Come on. Wait. Oh. Oh my god, guys, he's bullying me. Thank you for the raid, Rusty. Thank you, man. I'm kind of just going along like the any percent route that I know at the moment. I'm not really sure where I should be going. What the? Get up there. Hey, Wolf, thank you for the Prime sub. Yeah, I mean, it's probably good to visit Hornet and get the dash. Greater mind once dreamed of leaf and cast these caverns so, in every bush and every vine the mind of Un reveals itself to us. Can't go here. Hornet made you quit playing, oh no. That's tragic. Oops. Can't we technically do the skip to get all the way, or wait, am I thinking of the right place? Can't we go all the way up to like the top of the mine here, technically? Oh, actually you might, do you need, I think you need dash though, don't you? You need claw? There's like a skip you can do to like go through the whole thing, but I don't know if you could do it with like nothing. Oh, Jesus. Oh, come on, man! This is the longest fight ever. I missed it! You can kill this guy in like 3 seconds, by the way, chat. That's fine. Alright. Did I have talked to Zote? Still there. Green children walked from the dream unto these lands. Here we now shall wait, patient for the call to return. I think there's a grub down here. Jesus, chat. We're fine. Oh, this is here. Right. Get the bench down here. I don't remember what's down here. I should probably go do... okay, we should just go do Hornet. I'm no closer, ghost. I've seen you, creeping through the undergrowth, stalking me. This old kingdom, a terrible thing awakens. I can smell it in the air. I know what you are, I know what you'd try to do. I can't allow it. You beat Silksong. We got our dash. Would it seek to break the seals? They cannot be undone. They must be undone. Let us sleep, little shadow. Return to your darkness. Allow us our peace. I'm just playing on controller right now, by the way. Oh wait, yeah, I can go over here now. I don't know. We'll see. Maybe I'll do more keyboard mouse, but... Guy's kind of destroying me, dude. What's the issue with running Silksong on controller? There's no issue. It's just keyboard mouse is better. Oh, hello there. Seems we both tread far from the path. I can hardly believe those dusty old highways led to such a lush and lively place. This building suggests some form of worship, though its idol has clearly been long forgotten. Doubles equally well for a moment's respite. I can't swim. Yeah, it's a charm that I have on. Yo, Larvesta, thank you for the 23 months. Thank you, man. Yeah, keyboard mouse is just better for consistency. I think like most of the top runners use keyboard mouse. But I mean, I don't know. I don't think it's like that serious, but... I open them. Oh yeah, it's L1, right. Yeah, I'm gonna do Path of Pain. I mean, I'm pretty sure you have to do it for 112% anyways, no? No? Really? Okay. Well, I'm gonna do it either way. See the cracks in the room? Wait, what? What are you talking about? It's down here. Oh, I don't think we can do this. Or wait. Can we do this right now? No, I don't think so. I'm pretty sure we need super dash. Get the thorn charm here. Oh wait, did I miss it? Or no, is it here? Wait a sec, I think I missed it. Or wait, no, maybe it's now I'm confused. Wait, maybe it is there. My memory is betraying me. Oh wait, no, because we're here now. Oh, we're here. They spoilered the whole map during the trailer. I don't think that's the whole map, dude. Oh, here it is. Okay. It is further forward. Oh, if there's anything up here. I don't want to go fight Nosk, but I can't remember how to get to him. I know he's in like a secret pathway. Oh, we're back here again. Okay. I don't go up this way. Missed the thorns again? I already got the charm. That's what you're talking about. Oh, isn't the... Can't I get the Hunter's Journal here? Oh wait, no, it's not. I always get this mixed up. Looks similar to another path. I think it's here? Wait, no. No, this is... I don't think... Oh, I don't know if we want to do this. This isn't really where I want to go right now, though. Well, I mean, I guess it's... I don't know where I want to go right now, to be fair. So now we're going down the city. We should really go... I guess we can unlock the tram. And the map. Oh wait, never mind, I can't get the map. I'm not doing any investing. It's worth... Well, wait. Is it worth doing the investing? Because I know she takes it, but do you get more back, or is it the same amount? Isn't this something I'd not expected to discover so huge a stag station after that foggy descent? The bugs of Hollow Nest must have been an impressive lot, building such grand structures so far into these wilds. Seems the dangerous creatures here about haven't yet made their way in here. The perfect place for a quick rest. Can you imagine this place in its time? Hordes of bugs traveling about the kingdom. Stag bells ringing, the station bustling with activity and life. Now only our like even know it exists. The special thing, I suppose, to cherish these sights even in their decay. Is that it? Just faintly, you can still hear the echo of the bells? Hi. Oh, come in search of treats, have you? I chanced upon a unique little fungus growing right above us. I'd found it only in the station, and the taste is just divine. This place must have been once quite the hub, built at the border between two lands that misty drop to one side and those bulbous growths another. Neither place seems particularly welcoming, so while my little treats last, I think I'll stay right here. Feel free to stop by any time, though I do like the quiet in this station. Little company is always good for one's health. Yeah. You want to go back to Dirtmouth and buy anything? Greetings, little one. It's been an age since I last heard the ringing of a station bell. It echoed down the stagways and called me to you. I've grown stiff and tired over these many years, and I've forgotten much, but the sound of the bell will always call me back. These stagways stretch the depths of Hollownest. If you want to travel them, hail me from the platform. We'll take you where you need to go. What the? What? I don't want to get pizza today, chat. Feeling like a pizza kind of day.
Bapanada.
Bapanada. Come to buy a map, have you? It's really my husband you should be dealing with, but what a surprise, he's headed down below. We'll pop back occasionally to deliver new maps for the store, but I do wish he'd spend a little more time up here. Not much interest in retail myself. Now let's see what's here for me to sell. Alright, let's get the quill. Banana pizza. Alright, you psycho. I'm gonna get the compass, even though I do know the map pretty well, but I'm gonna get it anyways. Getting the pins is kind of nice. I don't know. I don't know if I should... It's fine. There's so much money we're gonna get anyways. Vendor pin. I don't know if I remember this. Is that new? You there, why are you skulking about in the shadows? Yes, your eyes do not deceive you. I am Zote the Mighty, a knight of great renown. Tremble before me. While you were hiding here in your dingy little village, I ventured into the dark pit below us and slew a great beast. It had sharp mandibles and atrocious manners. Yes, all glory to me. But I don't have time for your adulation. I must rest and prepare for my next journey down. Alright. See you later. What's our map looking like? Nice. Beautiful. Alright. Oh man, I'm so excited to... I mean, I know I'm playing the game right now, but I've missed playing Hollow Knight. You've opened several stag stations now, haven't you? I'm thankful for the opportunity to once more travel through the kingdom. As I visit more places, I feel my memories returning to me, like the stagways of my mind are running once more. Continue to open the stations, and you'll have my deepest gratitude. Alright. I don't know if I should try to get the Shaman Stone. I mean, this is just a casual run, so it's not really that big of a deal right now. I would need to go to the other stag station. We should probably just do Mantis Lords so we can get the claw. Wait, can I get this right now? No. I have to get the claw. Alright, well, let's just go down to Mantis Lords. I think that's over this way. What's over this way? Oh, that way is for the skip, which I don't know how to do the skip on current patch, so I'm not gonna go that way. Although technically I think you can go across the bridge. We can get an upgrade piece up here, I believe. From the big boys. Oh, that's not good. The shop is here, but we can't really buy. I don't think we can afford his charms. What is up here? Up this way. No deaths yet? No, we died. Trying to do like a skip. Oh, we're here, right. Yeah, okay. Because we normally go... Okay. Oopsie daisy. And it came up here. Going down in this room is kind of a nightmare. You don't remember which way to go. I remember on my first playthrough, I thought that you could open this door somehow. I was trying so hard to figure out how to open this frickin' door. Oh, this is... You can? Okay, yeah, chat. I think at some point maybe it was planned to be used as a door, actually. Hello? Aha! The tiny steps of a tiny creature. You got the look of an adventurer, so we've much in common. Searching for dangerous places, eh? You're on the right track. A long-necked critter warned me of a tribe deeper down, warrior sorts, so she says, and I'm itching for some serious combat. Keep sharp, my adventurous friend. Stay alive, and let's meet again on the road ahead. Get Hollow Knight Burnout. I mean, Silksong is like a completely different game, so... I don't really know how you'd get burned out on a game that's not out yet. Like, Silksong is going to be pretty different. Doesn't this go to the city, this path? Hollowness heart lays open before you. Proceed onward to share in its glory. Oh, I guess you need Mantis Claw, though. Because it's like you use the item from the... Why can't I remember his name? The knight guy at the start. Forgotten Knight or something? False Knight. Yeah, you can do a skip here and get up this, like, ledge, which basically takes you straight to the Mantis Claw upgrade, but... We'll just go the normal way. Is there anything over this way? Wanderers seeking death, welcome. May you find swift end upon our claws. Is gonna play Hollow Knight, right? I hope so. I told him, I was like, dude, it's time, man. Stop bullying him. Yeah, I finished MGS too. I thought there's like a charm down here or something. Oh yeah, it's right here, I think. Oh, it's Bretta. How do I get Bretta, though? Remember. Oh, you need Claw. I'm sorry, Bretta. I'll be back. Don't help her, she cheats on you, so... You know what? She can choose whoever she wants. Maybe we'll just kill Zote. Maybe we'll leave him. But then we're gonna miss out on his fight, so. You don't have to fight him in the Pantheon though. if you don't unlock him. Oh, we have to hit the left. Can't kill Zote after first encounter. Well, you can't kill him, but you can leave him, no? Like, if you don't save him, then he won't be there. The Mantis Claw. Alright, we got wall jump, chat. This is just a casual playthrough, no no speedrun here. This door is so slow. Collecting pennies on the ground. Oh wait, I can go back up this way. Yeah, I'm on controller now. I don't know. It's just so much more comfy for me to play on controller. Fight the lords. Yeah, I want to go save Bretta. Oh, you know what? We could just warp to the bench. Please don't leave me behind. You forgot about me? I knew you would. Everyone always forgets about me. Oh, who are you? Your face, you're so... Oh, I'm sorry, I got lost. I don't know how I ended up here. You came here to rescue me, Bretta? The girl that everyone just ignores? Sorry, when I look at your face, I can't believe you came all the way down here to rescue me. I didn't think anybody... Sorry, I mean, thank you. I mean, I'd better go. Back to town, I mean. I'd better get home. Thank you. You're welcome. Alright, where do we go? Wait, did that lever I pulled before open the Mantis Lords? I guess it did. Amazing voice acting. I feel like you're being sarcastic, but you know what? Thank you. I think I got both the levers. Never take a compliment. I feel like chat's sarcastic most of the time. I can't remember if you even need to hit any of these. Oh no, I don't think you do. So hard to heal. Oh, jeez. I guess I can get a heal there. Oh my god, I can't aim. So much anxiety watching that. Oh, that's fine. Oh, we're here. Hello. This place gives me the creeps. Vicious little creatures burst out all over the place, and the passages are a dark, twisting maze. Unless you're well prepared, I'd urge you to leave. Though if you're feeling strong enough to descend, would you like to buy my map? What a horrid warren of angry beasts. It's gonna take a whole lot of effort to climb out of this dark pit. I think I'll hide here a little longer. I don't know if this is, I don't know if I want to be here right now. You wanted to fight Nosk? Is Nosk this, is it this way? I thought he was in... I thought he was in somewhere in Forgotten Crossroads, no? Wait, am I thinking of a different boss then? Am I thinking of Malek? Yeah, I don't think I want to go here right now. Yeah, I was thinking of Malek, not... Alright, yeah. I'm not gonna do this right now. Mantis rewards. Oh yeah, there's like a chest over to the right here, I think. That Mark of Pride is good. Big money. Probably go to the City of Tears now, I guess. Or well, maybe let's go do Brooding Malek. Go do that. Well, we could go to City of... Since we're here, we should probably go... Wait a sec, this isn't... I gotta go higher up, don't I? Yeah, I'll be playing Silksong on release day. Yeah, we can get get the stag in City of Tears. Okay. Works, I guess. A large knight statue. There's a socket on its chest. Insert the city crest. Thank you for the 5 months, other self. I'm playing on controller right now. I was trying keyboard mouse, but I don't know. Might just stick to controller. I do feel like keyboard mouse is the better way to play, but controller is definitely more comfortable, I will say. This is locked, right? All the speedrunners use keyboard only, yeah. Great gates have been sealed, none shall enter, none shall leave. Capital lies before us, my friend. What a somber place it seems, and one that holds the answers to many a mystery. I too have felt the pull of this place, though now I sit before it, I find myself hesitant to descend. Is it fear, I wonder, or something else that holds me back? The city looks to be built into an enormous cavern, and the rain pours down from cracks in the stone above. There must be a lot of water up there somewhere. I suppose if the cave roof stayed this long, it should hold for us. Before I leave this kingdom, I'd like to see where all that water comes from. What a sight it must be. If you look down from here through the rain, you can just make out those twisted sentries, their husks still stuck in endless patrol. I'd be cautious around them, my short friend. Their training will not have been forgotten. The city presents some formidable foes. Isn't this a wonderful spot for a rest? I so love the sound of the rain upon glass. The map is at the top. Wait, did I miss the map? What are you saying? I don't think I did. Oh, there's... Got one guide? Yeah. Get some variation in the reading of different characters. No. should probably just go across, because we don't have any ore to give this guy. Thought he was dead. You don't need any for the first upgrade? I was wondering, is the first one free? Oh no, it's not free, but you just pay money. Well, I guess I can go get it then. I like the thorn charm, but it's kind of awkward. You brought me another nail to be owned. Leave it on the ground and return later if you're still breathing. Oh, I thought you were someone else. After a nailsmith, are you? Well, you've found one. I'm not much for talk, but if it's a nail that needs repair, you've come to the right bug. Your own nail is in quite a sorry state. It's obviously not one of mine. Still, anything can be refined with enough effort and skill, even that broken blade. If you'd like, I can reforge your nail. It'll make the blade far more deadly. Thank you. As you wish, I'll get to work then. There we go, the reforging is complete. I've owned your nail's edge. You'll find it much stronger than it used to be. Head out there and test its strength against your foes. Thank you, buddy. Do the enemies scale with the nail? No. Come on, just grab some more. Yeah, the speedruns for this game are like hella fucking optimized. You know, the routing is insane, they do a ton of skips. Dude, the any percent record, like the old patch any percent record for this game is so disgusting. I think it's like fucking 5 minutes long now or something. Okay, maybe that's not, maybe that's pushing it, but Hollow Knight is like one of the most broken games ever, dude. Like the old all glitches patch. It's 4 minutes and 29 seconds on the old patch. They like duplicate the boss room or I don't know. It's just fucking absurd at this point. You beat Elden Ring in 6 minutes. Yeah, doesn't mean it isn't crazy. Oh, I can't go this way. Maybe I should have done the skip. That's okay. Oh, the dream bosses actually scale with your nail? I didn't know that. Well, the history of speedruns is for, like, no major glitches, though, isn't it? Or is it for, like, multiple categories? I don't know if anybody's made one on, like, the super broken stuff. Didn't we meet, little ghost? I'm normally quite perceptive. You I underestimated, though I've since guessed the truth. You've seen beyond this kingdom's bounds. Yours is resilience born of two voids. No surprise, then, you've managed to reach the heart of this world. In so doing, you shall know the sacrifice that keeps it standing. If knowing that truth, you'd still attempt to roll in Hollowness perpetuation, seek the grave in ash and mark it would it grant to one like you. don't know if I said that right. Hey Yama, thank you for the 33 months, man. Thank you, buddy. Wait a sec. How do I... No, I'm so used to doing the skip. I don't even remember how to navigate through this place normally. I can't... Okay, Abra. That's cool. I'm confused. Do I have to go up the... Okay, now we're here. Alright, we can sell our stuff. Aye, aye. You're searching for rare items, have you? Well, hands off. This collection is mine, and I won't be selling to grubby little wanderers. Still, I imagine you come across many interesting items in your travels. Maybe you'd care to part with some. Offer a fair trade.
Velmi Artrid.
Velmi Artrid.
Velmi Artrid.
Though they're common finds about the kingdom, I much enjoy the deciphering of their text. Read together, they paint a morbid tale. It seems fate was unkind to most who travel within Hollowness ruin.
Velmi Artrid. Kachael.
Hollowness seal. You know of the kingdom's 5 great knights. They're revered figures of Hollowness, often mentioned in the annals of kingdom, but only as a group. Both their names and appearance seem to have been expunged from history. So long has passed since their time. It would be a grand achievement to discover their identities.
Velmi Artrid.
I think he says the same thing every time when you sell something.
Velmi Artrid.
Oh, I enjoy collecting their like, but there's little information to be gleaned of each. Mind you, they do keep a nice shine about them, and there's nothing wrong with appreciating something purely on aesthetic merits.
Helmedelka.
Alright, thanks, man. You hate that dancing cat emote. Whoa. Wait, there's a grub. Almost killed me. No, I'm fine. Just face tanking. Permadeath and Not doing permadeath 112. Oh shit. Not doing permadeath 112%. These enemies are so annoying. Wait, where's the grub? Did I miss it? Where's the grub? The kamikaze have the same sound as the grubs? Oh, is that what I'm hearing? One of the birds? Oh, there he is. That's it? I thought there was more.
Make him know.
Isn't this a change from those twisting natural caverns? The rain does cast something of a sadness upon it all, but the architecture is simply splendid. Charting such a different space is quite the challenge, though one I've eagerly undertaken. Perhaps you'd care to purchase a copy of my achievement so far. Gotta pay for the bench. Yeah, that's fine. I don't think we need to go up this way. Oh well, actually I think there's like a shortcut maybe? Boy, watch where you're going, you soggy vagabond. I don't want you splashing me. I've had a miserable time trying to keep dry. I'm Zote the Mighty, a knight of great renown. If I decide that I'm gonna stay dry, then that's what's gonna happen. First, this wretched city. Water and monsters constantly fall from above. It's no wonder this blasted kingdom fell to ruin. Have you seen them, the guards who still patrol the city even after dying? Being overly devoted to one's duties is no virtue. Alright, see you later, dude. Oh yeah, we can open this shortcut. Well, we have a key. I guess we could go into the sewer now. Can buy one? Yeah, that's true. I think there's another shortcut we can unlock up here. And we can get... the stag. Hello, Tio. Okay, well, we need to go get the... Let's go get the stag bench, at least. Opened half of Hollowness stag stations. We're flying. Hello, Hanukkah. Alright. You're surprised I took the progressive sponsor because it doesn't match my stream content. What stream content matches? But like... I'm just wondering, like, what, like an insurance salesman on Twitch? Like... I actually have progressive insurance. So. This is where the Monarch is, right? Can't I, like, go further? Or am I... No, maybe not. It's my first time playing Hollow Knight? No. Other side where Cornifer was. I think you're right. Sworn I destroyed this one. I don't think we want to go that way. Yeah, it's like, yeah, I remember now. It's part way up here. game. A lot. Sure if there was anything else over here. Because isn't there... Is it after Moloch that it keeps going? I don't know. I feel like my memory is just getting everything mixed up. I thought there's like another path that goes further on Moloch. Or am I crazy? I must be thinking of something else. No? Okay. I'm just crazy. And I need to get some lunch. I mean, it's a little late for lunch now, I guess, but I need to get something to eat. Game needs more saw blades. Oh yeah? Time to wake up. Oh my god, do so much damage with the frickin'. Alright. God, it's after. Hello. Ooh, you surprised me. Hello, hello. Come in, sweetling. Come in and make yourself at home. I'm Salubra, and this is my cozy little charm store. Did the townsfolk out there tell you to come and visit me? Yes. This is a lovely little village, isn't it? Warm and intimate and full of life. What were we talking about? Oh yes, charms. I can see you've started your own collection. Very nice. I'll show you some of my own, and you could take one home with you if you like. Let's buy the shaman stone. We probably want to get the lantern, though. We'll buy one charm notch. Oh. I can't buy more notches. I don't have enough charms. Oh, Horo, you oaf. You wield your nail like a club. Esme, how much deeper do we have to go? Oh, what? Who are you? I see, this old village. What a strange dream to have led me down here. If you hadn't found me, I don't think I would have ever woken. I'm Sly. Usually, I live an uneventful life up in Dirtmouth. The air in these ruins doesn't agree with me, so I'd best be getting back. If you return above, come and see me. I'm probably the friendliest face left there, and I can thank you properly for your good deed. You're exploring then, very brave. Plenty of courageous wanderers have been lost to the hunger of these old caverns. You have your nail though, and I can tell just by looking that you know how to wield it. Alright. Nice. I mean, it would be nice to go to Crystal Caverns or whatever it's called to get a... Be nice to get Supercharge, Super Dash. Jade Skip. I mean, we've already gone to City of Tears. If we could, I guess. I don't know if there's much of a point, though. Hello? Well, I don't have enough money for the lantern right now, is the thing. Because it's like 1,800, I think, right? Yeah, the grub guy would probably give me enough money. Well, yeah, if you get the slam ability, you can go to Crystal Peaks through the mine shaft, right? So you have to get Descending Dive, which... How do you get Descending Dive again? What is that from? I don't actually remember. But we're gonna need the lantern anyways, so... Soul Master? Oh yeah, right. I don't know if I'm actually gonna get that much money from this. It was okay. Almost have enough. Snowy. Alright, let's go up. Oh, hey. Nail thing. You wear that nail with ease. If you're in search of combat, you'll find no great warriors in this decaying burrow. Heard an arena exists somewhere below, one built for our like. Meet me there and we'll test what skills you possess. I'll be heading down soon. Come and find me if you dare. I guess we can go back to City of Tears. For now.
Bapanada.
Oh right, there's a mask piece here. Nice. The white savior, the maiden woke in darkness. Confused, she reached out. Sharp brambles jabbed at all sides. Burning acid bubbled close below. What nightmare had led her here? what hope of survival remained. Doomed she thought herself, and to despair she fell, until a light bloomed far in the distance, a bright glowing spot fast approaching. It swept majestic about the thorns, leapt above burning waters, and dove towards the maiden. Coming close, the form revealed at last the beautiful being, sharp horns gleaming white. Arms reached out for the damsel, gathering her up, gripped firm. Ah, hello. I knew we'd meet again. How do you like my cozy little store? I've made myself pretty comfortable here, selling old trinkets to travelers like yourself. If you're planning a trip below, I have several items that may improve your chance of survival. I just want the lantern, but I don't know. We can get some money in City of Tears. There's actually a lot of money you can get there. You can go kill the golden egg. Alright, hold on, chat. I'm gonna take a short break for a minute. I'm gonna go get a drink, and I'm gonna get some lunch as well. I'm gonna order some food. Yeah, I'll be right back. On the rich half? Yeah, we can get there, though. Alright, I'm back, chat. Oh, I think there's a... Oh, wait, no. So, okay, can we get... Can we get to the right side from here? I think we can, right? do I have to go... Do I have to go through from the lift? I actually don't remember how you're meant to get here normally. Is it through the crystal caves? I probably should have just done the skip to the lake. Oh yeah, we could go through the sewers. I guess let's go down to the sewers. Go fight the Soul Master. Yeah. Or just do Crystal Peak? Well... Yeah. But I need enough money for the lantern. I guess I could have just farmed enemies to buy the lantern. That's probably what I should have done. Well, we can't get to the arena. Crystal Peak needs dive. Well, it's either dive or the lantern. Yeah, but I'm gonna need the lantern either way, chat, so it's like... What does it really matter? Yo, what's up, Regal? Yeah, I did speedruns of Hollow Knight a little bit. This guy. Don't take something if it isn't yours. That's the law. Everything you see, it belongs to me. Don't be angry. I'll share my food with you if you give me Geo. What does he actually give you? This Geo is mine now. Don't try to take it back. Here, take your food with you when you leave. Oh, he gives the rancid eggs. I see. Forgot about this guy. I don't even know. He's not even like required for 112%. I think I like missed him the last time I played. Oh, I can't go through that. We're over here. The lingering hitbox, dude. It's cornifer, dude. First playthrough. Oh, hello. No, it's not my first playthrough. I don't remember the sewers that well. I mean, I know the poop boss is here. And I know Fluke Marm is here. Aren't these waterways thrilling? A labyrinth of pipes and tunnels. I couldn't have asked for a better place to employ my talents. Also orderly, so considered, nothing like the crude irregularity of those caverns. It's so sad. My trunk is telling me these fungal wastes are close, and I sense my damp adventure may have reached its end. Guess I'll be calling this map done. Thank you. Fluke Marm not down here? Or, well, I mean, he's in the sewers, but I thought it was, like, on this section of the map. I guess not. I guess it's in the card. any eggs. I don't really need them though. Eggs are kind of useless. Jesus. Free money if you were on Steel Soul? What do you mean? I guess yeah, I really should have done Soul Sanctum before I did this. Whatever, it's okay. Oh, you can't die, so they're replaced with you. Yeah, well, I'm not trying to do a deathless run, so... Let's not base tank too much. Oh jeez, chat. Oh, that's good. Oh, I'm so bad. Well, you know, it wasn't the fastest fight, but we got him. Played the whole game with 4. What do you mean you played the whole game with 4? You start with 5. Can open up the shortcut now. You just gotta practice more, Benji. Should we go do... I mean, we could go do this fight, right? Okay. Bad idea? On Shaman Stone and I don't know, we don't really need the compass to be fair. Kinda nice. I know the map fairly well. Pogo action. Why didn't he attack up? Just because of my positioning, I guess. I'm using the joystick. I was trying keyboard mouse at first today, but I don't know. I don't know if I want to. I just do controller and just say fuck it. I don't have Dream now. Yeah. I guess I can't interact with the Dreamer afterwards. Well, that's not good. Oh, right up into me, dude. Oh, okay. God dang it. Thank you. Health up high. Oh. Oh! Oh my god. Oh, fuck, man. That's so bad. Okay, focus. The problem is that you get too greedy on the fight. And then you end up at low HP. Oh my god, I'm just getting fucked. That was weird. Oh, come on. It's just one guy left. Oh. We got him. It's in like that fight is, it's honestly such a fun fight. I'm not very good at it, but when you get all the punishes down on that, you can kill them so fast. Yeah, I know, we don't have the dream nail. Just gonna take the money, I guess. I definitely should have just done the skip to the Lake of or no, not Lake of the blue lake, whatever the fuck it's called. Probably just get the other bench. Died there. Yeah, no, shade skip is super easy. I mean, I've ran this game before. Like that's, I know how to do it. No problem. I just figured since we're playing casually, we'll just go through the section casually as well. Yeah, I have food. I'm gonna eat. Maybe I'll turn on some like soul salt or something. Let me get to the bench here. Oh, do I need a lock for? Wait, no. It's the one higher up. The lock is where the thief is. Oh. The egg drops 420 geo. One of them might fly off to the side though. Alright, well we got a fair bit of money now. You need so much money, though. Did I do bindings? No. We don't want to go that way right now. How much geo is needed? I'm not sure. Go to the edge. Why though? Like, why should I go there right now? mean, I don't know. How early can you get double jump? I can't remember what you need to get double jump. Do you need I think you need crystal dash, right? You get double jump? No, I'm gonna go get the lamp. But yeah, my food is here, chat. I do kind of want to eat for a little bit, so maybe we'll turn on like a soul salt or something. I want to eat. I can't really play and eat at the same time, so. Alright, you know what? We could watch this.
And strategies that form the routes of Hollow Knight speedrun categories always have a story behind them. As a longtime speedrunner of the game myself, nothing fascinates me more than that gradual process of discovery, understanding, and implementation. The ever-growing cycle that is constantly pushing every category just a little bit closer to its limits. And never, in my over 2 years of speedrunning, have I seen such a genuinely fascinating tale go untold like what I'll be exploring today. This is the story of how Hollow Knight players beat the game in under 5 minutes. A story of how 2 clever discoveries allowed Hollow Knight's shortest speedrun to be cut in half. In other words, a brief history of the Hollow Knight any % speedrun world record. As you might know, glitch speedruns are often quite overlooked compared to their no major glitches counterparts. This mostly has to do with the fact that they generally have a higher bar of entry, and are seen as very overcomplicated and confusing to newer players, as well as the general casual audience. Because of this, I'm gonna try to keep this video relatively simplified while still trying to explain things at a decent level of depth. You ready? Well, get your Wonders journals out and let's begin. Get it? Wonders journal? Because you're like wondering about the topic and it's also an item in Hollow Knight. No? No? Oh, okay then. I guess my puns are just too wonderful for you! Ha! Sorry. Okay, I'll move on. For the longest time, the any % all glitches speedrun for Hollow Knight was played on patch 1.0.2.8 and clocked in right around 10 minutes. But what allows the game to be beaten so quickly? Well, let me ask you a question.
I am honestly kind of curious how the any % run works, because when you watch the world record, it's like what the actual fuck is happening?
You get Vengeful Spirit, you get Dash, you get Claw. Then you go pick up the Dream Nail, you fight the Watcher Knights, kill Lurian. You go back around to get C-Dash, you fight Umu, you get Monomon. Then you go to Beasten and get Hera, and from there you fight the Hollow Knight. In a glitch speedrun, however, you can skip almost all of that. The requirements for beating the game end up being the 3 Dreamers as well as Dreamnail. In other words, the requirements to enter the Black Egg Temple. But how is this done, exactly? The main principle of the any % all glitches run has historically been a glitch called main menu storage. Also, sorry, I need to take a second to dissipate this stupid rumor that I've been seeing going around. Like, every day I get a comment that says, like, glitch runs are cheating or whatever, using glitches is cheating. That is so stupid. You know, there's a reason we have multiple rule sets for glitches in speedrunning. It's to allow everyone to play the game the way they want with even competition. It just annoys me a lot that people would go and completely invalidate someone else's achievement, someone else's hard work, by saying stupid shit like this. And you know what? If people who think glitches are cheating for whatever reason want to go in my comments and complain, then
glitches
honestly
are
just do
cheating.
that. I don't really care. I
Play
guess
the
you're
game
giving me more
legit.
engagement, so well played. Also, I just want to point out that glitched runs are often so much harder than no major glitches runs, so what are you even talking about, honestly? Yeah, sorry for interrupting the video, let's move on. Main menu storage, or
just
MMS,
eating my
is a
lunch
glitch
wrap.
of the storage subcategory. Storage glitches are glitches where you manipulate the 0 to 1 values of your player states. For example, a state such as being grounded, having control of your character, having your inventory open, or being submerged in liquid. Main menu storage, as it sounds, allows you to store the main menu itself on top of the game or on top of itself. With main menu storage, you can launch multiple save files on top of each other, which causes a variety of strange things to happen. It allows you to merge save files, move progression between save files, keep multiple bench hard save
It's a
points
20-minute
to
video
teleport to,
chat, okay,
dupe
and I'm
rooms
eating my
on top
lunch.
of each other. The list goes on. Main menu storage is by far the most broken glitch in Hollow Knight. So broken, in fact, that when it was discovered, the old all glitches rule set had to be broken into two. One called no main menu storage, where it is not allowed, and
Yeah, the
one
guy who made
called
this
all
video is
glitches,
named Blue.
where it is.
Yeah.
But how
He
does
actually
main
rates
menu
me a lot.
storage
He's a
work
nice guy.
in practice? Up until late 2021, the main practical use of main menu storage had to do with keeping multiple bench heart saves at once, as well as duplicating dreamers. In Hollow Knight, the amount of dreamers you need to open the Black Egg Temple is counted as a value from 1 to 3.
I think he's at
The game
Gamescom
doesn't
right now
discern
playing
between the
Silksong.
dreamers
Well,
as individuals.
I don't know if
as long as
is-
you have 3, then you're good
I don't
to
know
go.
how long Gamescom is.
Because of
but
this, you can get the same dreamer on 3 separate save files and main menu storage merge them together into one big pile. You've now cut down on minutes upon minutes of traversal, boss fights, and all that stuff that it takes to get between the 3 dreamers. If you combine this with movement
You're just
glitches
using
and
the
room
save file.
duping, then there you go. There's the game beat in 10 minutes. This is obviously a very simplified version, but in a way, this was pretty much what the 90% all glitches route looked like for the most time. Notable runners during this era of the category were Crythum, Zero Go Fast, Fivebrain, and Inoki. Up until now, any percent all glitches had been run on patch 1.0.2.8. The reason for this was that it was a very early version of the game, and a lot of the glitches were available to the player because of that. Mainly on this patch of the game, the player always had access to the quick map key, which is an easy way to open your player inventory at any time and gain yourself storage and early control glitches very easily. Generally, the later the patch, the less glitches you have access to, and because of that, the current patches of the game weren't really considered for the category. That was up until late 2021, where a lot of runners
guys think
started
Silksong's
stumbling
gonna be
upon
broken?
something quite interesting. Speedrunners had known for a long time that main menu storage had never been patched. It was doable on the very latest version of the game. And around late 2021, runners
I don't know.
realized something
I feel like they're
very
probably running
clever,
on
and that
similar
has to do
systems
with the
that have
Godmaster
been
DLC's
fixed in Hollow Knight.
Godseeker mode. As you might know, Godseeker mode is
We'll
the
see,
third
though.
playable mode for a Hollow Knight save file. Unlocked after beating the Pantheon of the Sage, a Godseeker file launches you into Godhome right away with every bit of equipment and every ability. Now what if you launch a brand new Godseeker file, do main menu storage, and launch a regular play file on top of it? I think you're seeing where this is going. Speedrunners tried this out, and it turns out that you were able to do exactly that. Hollow Knight now had a de facto New Game Plus mode. Just 40-ish seconds into the run, you could now enter King's Pass with every single ability in the game. How does this work? Well, it's kinda complicated, but let me explain. What you do, you channel your inner Gorb, and you say, "Woo! Ascend, 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 woo! Bah!" Whoa, sorry, wrong explanation. The run begins with the player opening a brand new Godseeker play file. Once loaded into the game, the player C-dashes over to the main area of Godhome to get themselves a hard save. From here, they quit back out to the menu. The runner then performs main menu storage by spamming through the menus with a mouse in a very specific way. For those curious as to how this works, the first thing you do is you quickly open the quit game prompt by pressing the lowest option on the main menu. By then closing that menu on the same frame as you gain control, you can trick the game into loading both menus at the same time. This means that the player is now going to have two main menus loaded on top of each other. Notice how the player has to initiate the deletion of their save file in order to reach the start game prompt on the lower menu. This is why a mouse is required, you need to be precise. Just like that, the player has two instances of the main menu loaded on top of each other. From here, they open their recently created Godhome file and follow it up with creating a brand new save file on the second instance of the menu.
So you do it like this.
Notice how the mode select window appears right as the game fades to black. It's a little bit hard to see, but if you squint, you can barely make it out. That is when the second save file is created. The knight loads into Godhome on the bench they were hard saved to, and then, just like that, the beginning cutscene of the game plays.
Oh.
Once all of the opening cutscenes are done,
so
the
ridiculous.
knight loads into King's Pass with every ability of the game, as well as two nifty glitches. No clip and bench storage. These two glitches are attained because you didn't actually finish leaving the bench. You now have control of your character while the game thinks you're still sitting on a bench, hence collision isn't triggered and you can open your inventory and equip charms whenever you want. The runners obviously take use of this in multiple parts of this run. There are some really interesting properties to a Godseeker file once you get out into Hollownest. In the Godhome file, Team Cherry deactivated things such as picking up Geo because it is just not relevant to Godhome. When you
Why
walk
is this
over a drop
sponsored
piece
by
of Geo,
Progressive?
the player will collect the Geo without removing
Everything
it
is
from the
sponsored by
ground,
Progressive.
allowing you to infinitely duplicate Geo. This is useful in the run
mean,
for one thing,
I'm partnered with
opening
them,
the
so
Crossroads Stag Station,
just
which
have their
will be
logo on my
very,
screen.
very useful later, and not for the reason you're guessing. So, in short, the discovery of Godhome main menu storage allows the player to create a de facto new game plus save file only 40 seconds into the run. This led to a completely new route for the all glitches speedrun. It was now run on the very latest version of the game, and wasn't that glitched? You see, the reason glitch speedrunners often downpatch to older versions of the game is so that they can have access to more glitches. Team Cherry has patched a lot of the glitches that speedrunners use over the years, and compared to patch 10.28, the run is essentially glitchless. The run now boiled down to doing main menu storage in Godhome at the start of the run, and then using float and no clip to travel around Hollownest and get the 3 dreamers. By the time they reach the Hollow Knight at the end, the runner just equips the fastest, most powerful nail build and whacks the THK to
So the
death.
thing is, the run is so much
This
more
completely
broken than
different
this.
route only
You can,
ended
like-
up being marginally faster than the old route.
You can like
but it was a lot
duplicate.
easier
I
and
don't
more
even know,
consistent.
man. Well, he's gonna explain
However,
it.
this new discovery led to a surge in activity of the category, and the world record competition ended up being a 3-way between Krytham, Staxis, and Fivebrain, all of whom did runs over the next few weeks. Staxis ended up on top, landing a 9-minute and 12-second time, which was at the time 24 seconds faster than what was able to be attained with the older route. Another few months went on with almost no competition in the category, and right then was when the second discovery shook this category. Speedrunner Marcy August was messing around on stream on the 13th of January 2022, and that was when she discovered something quite interesting. While messing around with the stag station, she was able to get control of her character while selecting a stag. While messing around with this further, she left the room while having this early control, and Marcy August had discovered a way to do room duping on the current patch of the game. Since the old strategy for room duping had been patched years earlier, runners had been looking for a way to do this for quite a while. Now, room duping is quite a complicated subject, so I'm gonna take a little while to go through it in detail here. As stated, room duping on the current patches of the game is attained by having early control in a stag menu and leaving the room at the same time as the game pulls you away to travel with the stag itself. You've now entered 2 transitions at the same time, which triggers the game to load both of the next 2 rooms on top of each other, connected at the bottom left corner of each room. Now, like I said, the main
You know, that's crazy because... So this is on current patch, he said? I thought this was done on, like, old patch.
reason to duplicate rooms is to give yourself the ability to duplicate the Dreamers, which saves you minutes upon minutes of travel time between Hera, Lurien, and Monomon. But perhaps the most interesting part of this
Yeah,
is that you
Silksong's
can
gonna be
actually
broken as
save
fuck.
time on travel to the first dreamer as well, as opposed to just traveling through the rooms normally, or, well, not normally since you have no clip, but that's besides the point. Now this may be a little bit tricky to wrap your head around, but I'm gonna try to explain the mechanics of room duping in Hollow Knight. And the best way to do this is to give you a feasible example from the run itself. In the any percent all glitches speedrun, the runner gains the room dupe state from the Crossroads stag. In other words, they open the stag, give themselves control while interacting with it, travel to Dartmouth, and then leave the room at the same time. The runner has now duplicated the Dartmouth stag room with the room outside of the stag station. Now, I know this is a bit confusing, but just try to think of the map and which transitions they're traveling to. The map works the exact same way and you end up in the correct
I mean, it's
places.
not a bad thing.
From here,
Like,
the fastest way to get to Monomon, which is a dreamer they'll be attaining, is to go through the Crossroads.
not a bad thing if
False
the
Knight
game's
room.
broken.
The runners use a full dash
These are
build,
very,
as
like,
well as
intentional
float and no
things
clip
you have to
move
do.
through the room quickly. The only things that can interact with the player are hazards and the room transitions. Once the player has traveled through this transition, the oldest loaded room will be replaced with the new room. Once they enter the next room, the rooms that are loaded are the Crossroads guard corridor as well as the Dartmouth stag station. Now here comes the clever part. Traveling through this long room is going to take quite a bit, even with the full build that they have available to them. So what they can do instead is travel back through the same transition. This replaces the Dartmouth stag room, which is the oldest loaded room, with the previous Crossroads room, and most importantly, the runner is entering that room from the left. Here's a clip by 5Brain, a top glitched runner, where he explains this.
And we come in here. So the load we want to hit.
Alright, well, I'm done with my food, but we'll
We
finish
want to
watching the
go
video.
to False Knight room because we're trying to go left. We're trying to go from here all the way to Monomon. So we want to go left through False Knight room, down past like the acid grub, and then down into Fog Canyon. Now it would be really slow to just walk straight across this whole room. And so one of the power of room dupes is that if you want to go left, you can go left by going right. And so the way that works is that I'm going to come back in here. And now you see, because we went through a right transition, we're on the left side of the room. But the load we want to hit is still there because the other room didn't unload. And so we can go left by going right, and that sort of warps us to the left side of the room.
This principle is repeated multiple times to drastically cut down the travel time between point A and point B. When the runner reaches Monomon with a duped room state is when the real time save begins. By entering the dream and immediately diving into the void, the runner can load another instance of archives while still maintaining the dreamer room itself loaded. When this is repeated threefold, the runner can load 3 instances of the dreamer room and 2 instances of archives on top of each other. Since they're all linked up in the bottom left corner of the room, the dreamers are essentially stacked on top of each other. This allows the player to just whack them as usual, focus in their essence, and you've now collected 3 dreamers. From here,
You're
runners
sucking
split
all
out to
3 at
remove
once?
the room dupe states and
That's
dream gate
insane.
back to the Black Egg Temple, where they set a dream gate at the start of the run. As you can see, the Black Egg Temple opens despite the player not having collected Hera and Lurien. This is because the game counts dreamers by amount and not by individual. You can collect 3 dreamers, whichever ones they are, and the game will let you into the Black Egg Temple. From here, the runner gets themselves a glitch called bench storage.
Oh, it's 3. It's okay. So you're duping 3 of the same dreamers and then sucking them all at the same time.
And enters the Black Egg Temple. While they break the chains, they equip a full nail build with
It's
Fury of
interesting
the
that
Fallen.
it
As you might
doesn't check.
remember, because of the main menu
Like it's
storage
just.
in God
I mean, it
Home,
makes
they have
sense. Like each streamer just increments like the value by 1. So it doesn't. You know, if you suck all 3, you just get. It just counts anyways.
everything in the game, including the full nail upgrades and spell upgrades. The fight begins, and the runners go down to Fury immediately, and then they fight the boss as usual. It doesn't take very long. And that was the new route for the category. While sharing this discussion with others in the Speedrun Discord, other runners went crazy, and this triggered a new wave of glitched runs. Staxis himself said that he had been looking for this for a really long time, but had not been able to find a way to do it. He also very accurately predicted that the run was going to be cut in half. Anyway, runners got to work, and before a few days had passed even, a new route had been constructed for the any percent category. The two top glitch runners at the time, Staxis and Fivebrain, immediately got to work. Over a few days, they battled back and forth over who was going to be able to get the first 5-minute time. On January 17th of 2022, Staxis was the first runner to break the 5-minute barrier, pulling off a run of 4 minutes, 44 seconds, and 550 milliseconds. Closely after, Fivebrain achieved this as well, and the runners
Do you know
went
if
back
Team
and forth
Cherry
a
would
little
change
bit
that
longer.
for Silksong? I
3
mean, we don't know if
months later,
Silksong
the
even
current
has
world record
dreamers.
for the
We don't know
category
how
was
the
achieved by
progression of the game
Staxis.
works.
A 4 minute, 36 second, and 480
It'll be really
millisecond
cool to
time,
see the progression
with
of like
Fivebrain
any
only
percent
6
speedrunning for our
seconds behind.
Silksong though.
And up until today, that is where the category lies.
I mean, there's going to be a bunch of different
But who
categories,
knows?
I'm sure.
Maybe a new massive discovery is going to shake the category, just like it's done multiple times.
I don't think this run is getting any faster,
I find it
though.
absolutely remarkable that a complicated giant game like Hollow Knight can be beaten in
I don't know
so
how you
quickly
could even
as
make it
5
faster.
minutes. It is shocking. And ever since
start with
January of
everything,
this year, I've been
Get
absolutely
3 dreamers at
fascinated
once
with
and then beat the
story.
final
So
boss.
before
It's
this
like
video ends, I want to give a massive
Literally-
shout out to glitched runners
No, it
like
couldn't be
Marcy
any
August,
faster.
Fivebrain, Staxis,
Credit warp,
Python,
yeah, I guess.
Inoki, etc., etc. A lot of these people help me out with research.
Are you
going to
try speedrunning Silksong? I would like to.
And they don't get nearly enough
I would
praise
like to
for
try,
their massive
but,
achievements in Hollow Knight. Also, lastly, I
We'll see.
want to say that I'm sorry that I haven't been uploading like at all. I've been trying to do a video per month, but well, the fluke video was like 4 months ago, and I've been super burned out and tired. I started.
All right. Well, I will give you guys a link to the video. You want to check it out? I am done eating. Ugh. A bit loud. Oh yeah. Hold on. All right, let's get the lantern. Actually, we kind of need some money for the... I think it's okay. Where do I want to go? Do the room, dude. Hey, pale thing, you use these old lines? Pathetic. A real warrior carries himself to combat. He has no need for such convenience. Right, buddy. Leave me be, it's the arena I seek. I've already wasted far too long on these cursed roads. we have enough money for this? Oh yeah. Pretty cheap. What even is that room? Do you fall down in that room somewhere? Oh, that's where you dive through at the mine, isn't it? I'll save you, Grubby. What's over here? Oh.
Make him noise. Good job.
Come to scale the mountain. I've heard tale of a summit way up there. Too far for me though, and I'm not really one for heights. That's where we can get the pale ore, I think. Man, he gives a lot of money. Oh yeah, isn't there like the buffed up version up there? Am I gonna do DLC? Yo, you have to do DLC. At least if you want. 112%. Hey, buddy. Ah, quite a view, no? I'm not surprised you survived the trek through these shimmering caverns. There's an air of strength about you. I suspect it would be quite intimidating if not for your small stature. Did it sadden you to see those miners below, still laboring at their endless task? Even overcome, strong purpose has been imprinted upon their husks. Crystal ore is said to contain a sort of energy, not as powerful as the soul the city dwellers harnessed, but far less lethal. Strange to know such ancient facts. I wonder from where my knowledge comes. At this high vantage, I could just make it out, the light from that sad little town. I doubt its residents could even comprehend the scale of the world that surrounds them. So small it seems. You have to do Pantheon 5. Yeah, I plan on doing that. Oh yeah, so here is where we could... Oh god. It's fucking crazy. Dude. There we go. I think it's easier if you dash, because it gives you like more time to actually grab the ledge. Oh Jesus, what am I doing? Isn't there like a journal in this room or something? That was weird. Got a lag spike. Oh wait, is the grub down below? Dang it! I don't know why. I should have went here first. Kinda awkward. This fucking room, man. I want to get this pale ore. Okay, yeah, let's just get hit by everything. That's good. Perfect. You made it. Yeah, you're supposed to have double jump here, but I mean, you don't need it. And this gets us an upgrade material. I don't know. I think we can just jump off. I don't have the dream now. And we really could use descending dive. Like the order I did things might have not been the best. At least if you're going for 112% anyways. Oh, that wasn't very good. Jesus. All the cycles are so messed up. Alright, sure. Sure. Perfect. Crystal Heart. Wonder what abilities we're gonna get in Silksong. So, wait, what do you normally need, chat, to get to the resting grounds? Because, like, obviously the skip to the blue lake gets us the dream nail normally, but can you go from the It's kind of sus. I guess it's just for money. No, I'm not following a guide. How do I get? I gotta go through the pounders. Oops. Oops. Okay, focus. You really don't get that much money for that. Speedrun Silksong. Bro, I haven't played Hollow Knight in like 5 years, man. Well, at least I've done some any percent runs, like a few for marathons, but I don't know. What am I doing, dude? Why didn't I... What am I doing, dude? I should have fucking crystal dashed. Why did I jump? I'm so stupid. First are those who turn against the king. I mean, I could... Hold on. You know what? Let's... just go back to the bench. Oh, I forgot that I had, I forgot that I had Crystal Dash. Oh, I can't go this way anyways. Dude! God damn it. Oh, I'm so glad that I did that. Alright, let's go get the nail. Go no further, little shadow. What compels its climb out of the darkness? What compels its return to this sacred kingdom? Fall from beyond the seals by the vessel, or by that captive light? If the seals break, it cannot be undone. The vessel weakens, that plague springs anew, they must be undone. But still our seals remain, our duty holds. Must be cast away, our duty holds, it shall be done. No, I don't have that many hours in Hollow Knight. I wonder how many I have. According to Steam, it only says 100. I feel like it's more than that, but I mean, that could be accurate. Fade away, little shadow, fade away and let us sleep in peace. I mean, I've speedrun the game, but I didn't speedrun it that much. I'm so bad, chat. A terrible fate they've visited upon you. Cast you away into the space between body and soul. Will you accept their judgment and fade slowly away? Will you take the weapon before you and cut your way out of the sad, forgotten dream? Hey Dessing, what's up, man? Dreamnail is so good. I guess one of our top priorities should probably be getting the like dream gate. We honestly should have came here right away and gotten the dream nail. I mean, we're not that like we're still early on in the game. We haven't done that much, but you've returned. Welcome back to the waking world. Those figures, those dreamers, they reached out with what little power they still have, and dragged you into that hidden place. With that talisman you now wield, the dream nail, it can cut through the veil that separates the waking world from our dreams. Even the dreamers themselves cannot hide from such a weapon. Though I must admit that Sacred Blade has dulled over time. Together perhaps we can restore its power. You only have to bring me essence. Essence, the precious fragments of light that dreams are made of. Collect it wherever you find it and bring it to me. Once we have enough, we could work wonders together. Go out into the world, Wielder, hunt down the essence that lingers there. Collect 100 essence and return to me, I will teach you more. Alright. You've seen them, those whispering plants that grow all over this old kingdom. I believe there's one just outside. Why not strike it with your dream nail and see what happens? How much essence do you need for the dream gate, chat? Anybody knows? I guess I can listen to him first. Ah, I can see now. Those who turn against the king are doomed as soon as they raise their weapon. Do not call me a traitor, simply call me a fool. I know you will not flee. Wherever you go, I will be watching. Nice. Not sure what the reward for 100 essence is. I don't know if it... Oh, this pathway isn't open. Wait a second. Oh yeah, there's a stag station here, isn't there? Or, wait, no, is there? I don't know, I'm confused. I don't remember how to get out of here. Oh yeah, here it is. Sorry I missed you. If you're feeling lost, why not pop up to our store in Dirtmouth and purchase a map of this area? Okay. Maybe I will. Ah, many stag stations have been opened. Again, I can travel the breadth of the kingdom. So many grand thoroughfares and old sideways I'd forgotten. Somewhere amongst the lines lies the Stag Nest, the place where I was born and raised. I'd thought its location lost to my failing mind, but now I can almost remember the path. You keep opening stag stations and beckoning me through them, perhaps I'll again find that nest. Ah, I would like that very much. Alright, I think we should really get Descending Dark. Or Descending Dive, and then I guess we can get the upgrade as well.
Papa nada.
Papa nada. Trying to think where the path to Soul Sanctum is. Like I have it in my mind, but I'm trying to think. Oh wait, no, I think I see it. Yeah, I mean, I played the game not too long ago when I did my I did like a marathon and I did Hollow Knight 80%, but you know that was a while ago. Alright, over here is the path. We could have gone here earlier, I just forgot where it was. Oh, we one-shot him. Yeah, I'm just saying that's the last time I played the game. That's all. Oh yeah, that's where you... Where do you get the scream ability from, chat? Anyone knows? I know where you get the upgrade. Well, it's there. But... Or I think it's... Yeah, it's... Oh, it's in Fog Canyon. Dang it by everything. Record ABBA? The mind still limits us so. How to break past its constraints? To attain a pure focus, is it even possible? This isn't looking good for me. Oh shit, it's this room. That's really not good. I'm probably dead. Actually, no, this guy's a win. Oh, never mind. I should have said. I thought this was a different room. That one's not too bad. Ouch. Oh god. Come on, I thought he was going the other way. Oh, they like turn towards you when they notice you. That works nicely. think it's in this room up ahead. There's like a combat. Oh, wait, maybe it's not here. I don't know. Oh yeah, it's here. I thought you get like trapped in here with a bunch of enemies. Maybe not. Above King Station. Okay, okay. We got a double hit. I don't know why I keep thinking that doesn't put out like an AoE. Oh, I was thinking of this phase, I guess. Desolate Dive. Nice. The spell is so good. Gives you a ton of iframes. Okay, I think you have to like leave and come back for him to be here. We could try it. Chasing this guy around all the time. Okay. Okay, we got a double hit there. I think I'm doing like negative freaking DPS right now. That was not good. Oh no. No, 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 no. I need to dash in there. Dude, I'm doing such a bad DPS, chat. I need to hit him with more spells, but like, I don't have any upgraded spells. I have Shaman Stone. It's decent, but... And my nails doing 9 damage, yeah. Not doing much. That's fucked. That was close. In my dreams, I could see it, the kingdom's salvation, the cure for the plague. The answer was in the soul that animates our bodies. But the king, why? He opposed everything I did. His jealousy, his madness. By standing against me, he robbed me of my immortality. Now the king and his kingdom are dead, but I will live forever. That was close. Yeah, I feel like you don't get any time to heal at all. You don't get any time to heal at all in that phase. Nice. More money. We need double jump and shadow dash. Whatever it's called. I don't know. No, I'm on controller. I don't know, I mean... Just so much more comfortable. Can I save the grub right now? I mean, I think controller's okay for the game too, but yeah, keyboard mouse is... Oh right, I gotta fall back down. Sorry, Grubby. Yeah, mouse and keyboard is more precise, I would say, for sure. I don't know, I mean, if it... I think you could definitely still have, like, good movement and everything on controller as well, but... It's hard to say. Yeah, most of the top runners for Hollow Knight do it on keyboard mouse. Is there anywhere else I could go here that I missed? Where do I, It's down. Okay, you know what, let's go get Descending Dark. Also, I could have just quit out, I guess. Hello, Birdius. Alright, let's just go back to the stag station. You need all the dream essence. Like, if you want 112%, do you need to get every dream essence? I actually don't remember. They're not a percent. Oh, okay. Oh my goodness. Pretty much get all you need if you do the fights. Yeah. Let's see. Is the damage of the Thorns charm based on... Is it based on your nail? I feel like it's doing a lot of damage. Or at least more than I remember. Thank you for the 56 months, Wanderick. Okay, where do I want to go now? We could upgrade the nail. I don't know. I gotta use the restroom. I'll be right back. And we'll figure out where we're going. Not really sure. Alright. I am back. Let's go. We should go kill... I don't know where I want to go. Upgrade. I do want to get Descending Dark, but I have to go back to Crystal Peaks. Okay, I'm stuck on this guy's fat ass. I don't want to go down. Sending dark at the bottom of the map. No, that's the dark scream spell. The dark fireball is in the City of Tears here, next to Soul Sanctum. But how do I get the key for the dark fireball? I can't remember. Buy from Sly. Is that key always available, or do you have to do something first? Oh, right, the shopkeeper's key. Okay, yeah, we should... Alright, so we should probably go back to Crystal Peak then. Wait a second, isn't there a strat to get... I remember right, can't you... Oh, I think you need double jump. Well, or you could use the pogo. If you have double jump, you can like jump up here and then like crystal dash to the straight to the blacksmith. Oh, you've returned. I see you have some pale ore. A rare fine metal that. Give me the ore and some geo for my efforts and I'll reforge your nail to make it stronger. 800? Alright. Hey, Jesus Juice, thank you for the 32 months. There we go, the reforging is complete. I've added a channel to your nail. It should cut much more efficiently. You'll find it stronger than it used to be. Get out there and test its blade against your foes. Alright. Let's quit out and go back to the bench. I guess we'll go back to Crystal Peak. Then we can get Descending Dark. Anything down here? It's just yeah, I got an super ultra wide monitor for like a sponsor. I've messed with it a bit, but I need to like fix my setup for the monitor. I'll be doing like streams with it later on this year. No, I went back to controller. I don't know, I'm definitely just like way more comfortable with controller, so. Yeah. Controller and... I don't know if controller is necessarily better. I think they're both fine. I think keyboard mouse is, you get a little bit more like control. I don't think I shouldn't have rested here, chat. That was... Well, actually it's okay. So we can go down to resting grounds again. Okay, the key is somewhere... Over this way. Oh, no way. Okay, that was just bad. We did it! One more grub saved. Shopkeeper's key is somewhere... over here, I think. Oh wait, maybe is that pathway down below me? Ha! Lost a bet that Silksong would be shadow dropped. I honestly thought it might. this just goes here. Well, that's actually fine, because it's where we need to go. Perfect. Oh, I don't know how I didn't get hit by that. I think there's, oh, it's a crow. Honestly, we want to go get the better fireball. That's gonna help us a lot. Oh, that's. Well, I'm an idiot. What the hell just happened? I was thinking I was dropping down here for some reason. Okay, because now if we go down here, we can dive through. Well, technically we could go to the flower place, but I don't know if we want to do that. I need soul though. Is there any way to get soul in this place? Like, no. It's over here. Oh. This is the elevator that goes down to King Station, right? Nail upgrade is kinda slapping. Yeah, we can get a lot more money. We should probably invest with the lady at some point. Does she have like a limit to how much money you can give her? I don't know what the hell that noise was. I was wondering the same thing, dude.
Bapanada.
Oh, Whoopa.
You have the key to my storeroom. I thought I'd lost it for good. Did you find it in those old mines, perhaps? Very curious. I've no idea how it ended up in such a remote place. Very honest of you to return it to me, yes. Very kind. Now that I can open my old storeroom up, I could sell you some of the rare stock that's been gathering dust in here. These items may be a little time-worn, but they still retain their full market value. Very precious stuff. Take a look. The elegant key. An explorer found this fancy key floating in the waterways of the city far below us. I've not cleaned it. Beautiful. By Gathering Swarm, I honestly want to put that on. It's so nice. Oh, Bretta. Hello. Did I not talk to her? Oh, what a turn. Our shopkeep's come home, just wandered back in. I'd hoped for grand tales of his time below, but he seems to remember almost nothing. Maybe it was all too much for him. If you're interested in his wares, watch out. He drives a hard bargain, that one. No competition, that's the problem. It's bad for the market, not that he's complaining. I never thought I'd see such a thing. The Stag Station is open. That building lay silent since before even my time. Heard the tales of the glorious lines. A web of tunnels running all through the kingdom. Not that I'll be traveling them, mind you. Quite content where I am. A young couple's just recently taken up residence in the house beside the station. Seems they're running a map shop, which may excite adventurous types like yourself. She's a tall bug, the wife. I told them to take a larger house, especially given they're all empty, but they like the look of that one. The way she has to bend just to get through the door, I wouldn't put up with it myself. Alright. Let's, I think city storerooms is the quickest way back to Soul Sanctum. I want to go use this elegant key and get the magic upgrade. How much money? Have a good night, Durjan. The Shade Soul. This spell is so good. Yeah, this is like the upgrade to the fireball that you get. It does so much damage. Alright, let's go back to the bench. This one after completing the whole game. Rip. Alright, where do we want to go? I kind of want to get the Scream ability. Can we go get double jump now? I think we can, right? Is that from... I think we can go below King Station for that, right? Oh yeah, we don't have the love key. No Tower of Love for us.
Make him noise, Gucci.
Isn't this a cozy hole? Been venturing about that wilderness beside here and thought a moment's break was well called for. The landscape's all rather serene this side of the city, though the inhabitants are as ferocious as ever. I not collect all the caterpillars? I have to. Where am I? Grubby, are you here? These, what are these firebugs called? They are such a pain in the ass. Like it's actually so hard to dodge there. At least the ones that do the triple shot, the aspids, yeah. Alright, just die, man. I wanted to see if I could pogo off him, but whatever. Oh, shit. He likes it. Can't actually get up there. This is such a big area. My goodness. Holy. That enemy is fucked. This room is... Oh, it's a king's idol though. That's worth a lot of money. I don't really remember this area very well, though. Not sure where I am. Confused. Oh, I'm at the Colosseum. Aha. Aha, another warrior finds their way to our fair Colosseum. Ours is the final destination for all seeking trials of intense and deadly combat. All one has to do is place their mark upon their trial board of choice, and lo, the arena's gate will open. There's a small fee attached to each trial, but I'm sure a skilled combatant as yourself will have accrued a wealth of geo. Before you draw your nail and rush eagerly to battle, I'll offer one quick word of advice. There's a warrior's pit just below here, where others like yourself await their own trials. Strongly advise using it to rest up before placing your mark. Oh, and have no doubt, I'm a fearsome warrior myself. Don't go judging me by my size or my current, constraint. The Colosseum beckons us both. I'll be back in battle soon. Make a contribution and you can enter the trial of the warrior. We could try the first one. The first one's not too bad. Very well then, a new trial is open to you. I hope your performance is spectacular. It is not open? Oh. Oops. Guys are tanky. Oh, there's one more. Oh my god. I hate these aspects, dude. Yeah, that's right. Die. You guys are so easy to pogo. These guys are tanky, man. Can I get... Oh, that's not good. Oh, it's already done. Oh, wait, never mind. It's not over. I don't remember when this one ends. Is the first one with Zod, or is that the second one? Oops. Oh, what am I... No. So bad! I'm just panicking. I don't like being so low health. God damn it, dude! It's the first Colosseum. Oh, oh, that was so bad. I just, oh, that's the fucking aspids, man. All right. Yeah, wait. Oh yeah, the geo's down below, isn't it? Oh no, it's the room all the way. I remember. Yeah, my bad, okay? I messed up. I'm sorry. Is it gonna take a while? No. Right, maybe if I just face tank, but... Ask. Back here, you I don't want to take off the thorn charm, dude. Oh no! God, what am I doing, dude? Okay, focus, focus, focus! I haven't been using Descending Dive either. It's so good. Gives like iframes when you cast it. These guys explode. Woohoo! Money, money, money. Woo. I missed my penny. Too early for the challenge? No. I mean, it's just the first Colosseum. I'm not gonna do the second though, because I mean, it's doable, but I'd rather just come back later. I'm not gonna complete 112% in one stream. You don't have to worry about that. Now with this attitude, I mean, it's just that we have so much left. God Home is going to take us a long time. And there's just a lot of stuff we still need to get. Do I not have the map? Oh, wait, no, I was never here. Yeah, I know you don't need P5, but I'm still going to try to do P5. I'm still going to... Still want to do it. Oh, hello. Arr, what a calm place. It's action I want. Vicious and deadly battle. This serenity is a bore. You're a bore. So peaceful, so dull. Quick focus is nice to have. We have quite a bit of money we can get as well if we sell some of our items. Alright, I'm taking off Thorns, and I'm gonna put on Long Nail, at least. That'll be kind of nice. Yeah, I know. We don't need compass, really. I mean, I know where I am for the most part, but it's still kind of nice to have. I don't know. I'm not trying to min-max my build at the moment. Not too worried about it. I never... You know what? I'm gonna go do this. I need to do it at some point. I want to unlock the shortcut to, I want to unlock the shortcut to Dartmouth. I think I can go from... I think I can go from here. There's a charm or something. There's something here. Oh, it's a grub. Oh, wait. Fake grub. This is the real grub. Yeah. Did I go to the King's Pass? Do I need double jump for that? I think you do. Yeah, we could go to the Grub Father. Nice. Alright. 1000 GO, not bad. Alright, how do you get down to... I think it's here, right? This elevator? To the left of King Station. I think that's where you go for the double jump. Hey, Dragon Donk. Crystal dash through enemies, yeah. Oops. A bit scary. Is it just a chance when you kill an enemy to get the dream essence, or is it like specific enemies that does it? Okay. Both, oh. Oh, it's Cloth. My friend, you dealt with all of those beasts. Ashamed to say I was hiding. These ghastly things chased me and I ran. If you hadn't come along, who knows if I'd ever have survived. Others take me for a fearsome warrior, what with my impressive size. But this kingdom's beasts, I wonder if I'm just no match for them. Enough. I cannot wallow in my weakness. I must take strength from your example. You act so confident in battle, you show no fear before your foes. I'll try my best to do the same. I look forward to our next contact, tiny savior. Then you'll meet a warrior with courage to match your own. That's where I came from. It's down here. Was this an ore? Oh, it is. Nice. Oh, that worked well. Oh, that did not. There's a bench. Hey, buddy.
Hungry mapta.
Old caverns, these ones. Can't you just feel the weight of the kingdom above? It's a heavy thing, all right. I reckon not many had reached these depths. We're pioneers, you and I, at least in recent history. Oh, by the way, I haven't introduced myself, have I? Yeah, I should apologize for that. When you spend a lot of time by yourself with just your own thoughts, you forget the niceties of conversation. My name is Cornifer, and I've always loved exploring the world. Why, when I was first hatched, I wandered off immediately, leaving my brothers and sisters and poor mother behind. Why, as soon as I could, I moved to Dirtmouth with my wife. Huge, unending kingdom to explore right on our doorstep. Who could resist? Anyway, I'll let you return to your travels. With a little luck, we'll meet again. Be safe and farewell.
Chocolate, correct this.
Long trek back to the shop from here. I'll be resting my legs a little longer. Not too long, though. Won't do to have a Zelda worrying after me. Papanada. I don't have enough money for this. I'm not doing this right now. What's down here? Oh, this is the... Right, we can't go this way. Higher beings, these words are for you alone. Our pure vessel has ascended. Beyond lies only the refuse and regret of its creation. We shall enter that place no longer. We got the Abyss DLC. Well, I'm guessing Silksong will have... A lot of the stuff that was planned for Hollow Knight potentially is probably in Silksong. Or if it's not in Silksong, it's planned as a Silksong DLC. What? Oh, there's a key here. Yeah, I'm replaying through the game. Oh, this is where I fell. Hello? Wake up. Already doing so much damage with this spell. Although I believe there's like a dream fight for this, isn't there? I wish I had fragile strength. I could use that for these fights. I mean, I could go buy it, I just don't have it right now. If you one-shot the ads, it's not that bad, but the two-shot, it's kind of rough. Cooked. But it's fine because it's free to try this. Yeah, that parry. That parry saved my life. Yo, what's up, Cynic? Oh, wow. You get so much essence from that? Damn. I reset my achievements for this playthrough, just for the hell of it. Getting achievements is satisfying. The Monarch wings. All right, got ourselves double jump. Probably want to quit out. I think. There's nothing else here, right? There is. Yeah, you can give money to the well, but I don't have enough for that. Oops. Oh my god. Wait. I'm trying to save him. I'm sorry. I'm slow. All right. Looks good. Where do you get the tram pass from, chat? Can't remember. Oh yeah, there's a SAG station at Palace Grounds, true. Oh, it's at Deep Nest, I see. Well, we could go up to King's Pass now, if we want. Maybe I'll go back to Dirtmouth. Actually, we could go... Hmm. There is that fight in the fungal wastes down there. The like spirit fight. I think that's the no eyes lady. Or maybe I'm mixing that up with somewhere else. Also, we have a lot of like Greenpath. I'm sure Silksong will have some like comfy areas. Oops. What am I doing? Or no. There was like an item up here. It's not. Hey, Foxy. Yeah. Oh, this is the Nail Master. Oh, I probably should not have rested here. I think we can bring him a flower too, can't we? A visitor, why have you crept in here, little grub? Perhaps like me, you have a taste for discovering new things. I'm Shio, and in a previous life I was a nail master. Yes, the only thing that drove me was becoming stronger and owning my skills with the nail. I imagined it was my one calling in life, but that feeling faded over time. Now I seek a new calling, something that speaks to my soul and compels me forward. That's why I spend my time here, secluded, trying to master the art of creation. Painting, sculpting, these things bring a different kind of pleasure. You don't seem very moved by what I've said. Was it Shio the Nail Master you were looking for? Did you come to learn a nail art? I'll teach you if you insist. Did I like getting called on to read in school? No. No. At the Great Slash. To my work, does it move you? The wielding of a nail, the wielding of a brush, these things are not so different. We cut into the world so that we could peer deeper inside. For now, though, I have nothing more to teach you. Your path forwards, only you can see it. Good luck.
Huh?
I have spare brushes and plenty of paint. Once you tire of the nail, feel free to join me in my art. Yeah, can you bring a flower to this guy, chat? I know you could bring it to one of the nail guys. Maybe I don't know if it's this dude, though. I know you could bring one to the elder bug. It's Oro. Okay. Ooh. That was close. Oh, hey, little buddy. Oh, this is where you get the Hunter's Journal, I think. Tiny squib, you approach fearless. Are you a hunter like me? You feel the urge inside to stalk, to kill, to understand? Then take it, my journal. It will aid you. At first, the text may seem difficult to discern, but a learned hunter will come to understand its words. Venture the depths of this land and slay its beasts. Prove yourself worthy to bear the mark of hunter. The Hunter's Journal. Beat enemies to add new entries to the journal and decipher the hunter's notes. Yeah, I feel like if you want to do the Hunter's Journal, you definitely want to grab it like right at the beginning of the game. There's a missable enemy. Oh, really? Doesn't matter when you get it, does it? Is it like retroactive? Yeah, it's definitely retroactive. I reckon. Yeah, I'm gonna do Path of Pain. on, one more. Boulder shell. Oh, you know, I wonder if Silksong's gonna have like the hidden charm combinations. I imagine a lot of people don't even know that it exists, but if you combine like certain charms together, you get unique like special effects. Like if you have specific combinations equipped. I think I missed an item back there. I think I missed something. Examples. Oh, I missed the grub. I think if you have the, like, it's like this, you can get, there's a combination that lets you move while healing. Yeah, most of them aren't that useful, but it's still cool. Yeah, you can also overcharm, which, yeah, a lot of people probably don't know about. You can, if you can equip more than your charm slots hold, but it makes you take double damage. Yeah, you can just like jam an extra charm in. you fucking take double, yeah, you take double damage from everything. You take 4x. Well, I actually don't know if it's double damage or just 1 extra damage. Okay. Like, yeah, I don't know if an attack that does 2 damage now does 4 when you're overcharmed. It is double? Okay. Higher beings, these words are for you alone. These blasted plains stretch never ending. There's no world beyond. Those foolish enough to traverse this void must pay the toll and relinquish the precious mine this kingdom grants. We have quite a few items we could sell. Is this where the Grim Troop is? Well, would be, I guess. Yeah, I think this is the room. Corpse of a large bug. Where is he? Dreamnail the corpse. Wait, what does Dreamnail and the corpse do? Enjoying the bracing air? We're quite close to Hollowness borders and those desolate plains that surround it. In this direction, I'm about as far as I'm willing to go, though it's been a pleasant change from the tight confines of the caverns. Oh, that actually unlocks it. Okay, I see. For some reason I was thinking there was another trigger for that. I've drawn out a small map for the area. It's a simple one and more for completion, really. Not knowing the full extent of a region can be quite frustrating. Thank you, buddy. What the? Gosh. Oops. This is just back where I came from. I think there's... Oh, yeah. So many butterflies. Joni's blessing. Oh yeah, we need this for the... Oh. Ah, I see you bear my blessing. I can't remember giving it, but my memory has been a little lacking of late. Isn't it just so peaceful here? Such a perfect place to rest. Consumer? No, I'm not going to. You only get one from it, chat. I don't wanna. Is there anything at the bottom of this area here? Oh right, we should go to the Grim Troop as well. I forget. Is it a bit lower? Higher? King's idols are worth a lot, so that's good to grab. Beacon has been lit. Hey, Poppy. Oh, come on. Hey, Romelia. I was using keyboard and mouse, but I went back to controller. I don't know. I feel like I can still... Like, yeah, controller might be slightly worse, but I don't think it's like night. I think it's kind of like the Souls games where, you know, keyboard mouse is better, but it's like not. It's not like you're just incapable of like playing the game on controller, you know what I mean? I am Gorb. Bow, 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 bow to Gorb. Great mind, I am Gorb. Ascend, 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 ascend with Gorb. Ooh! I am Gorb, the great mind, the pain, ascend, ascend. I am... Glorp. Wait, what's in here? Is this another... Nail Master? Oh yeah. Mato. Well met. Yes, I thought I could sense the aura of a fierce warrior approaching. I'm impressed you found my sanctuary here at the top of the world. No doubt you've endured many trials and overcome many foes in your quest to find me. No, don't speak a word. I, Nailmaster Mato, who was taught the art of the nail by the great nail sage himself, hereby accept you as my pupil. Let us begin the lesson immediately. The Cyclone Slash. Release the button while holding up or down to perform the Cyclone Slash. Your form, exquisite. Now I know how my own master felt when he passed down his teachings to us. I hope you don't think me too forward when I say that I consider you to be my child. Yes, when I saw you perform my nail art, I felt a bond between us suddenly flash into existence. You honor me beyond words, my pupil. Thank you.
Bam. Finelo.
What are you thinking? My brother, Shio, how fare you in that green kingdom of thorns you call home? Think of you every time I raise my nail. You ever close your eyes and remember the time we spent together with Oro and our master? I like to think you do.
Bam.
You honor me beyond words, my pupil. Thank you. Aww.
Bam. Finelo.
Alright, I think we can go down to Dirtmouth. Well, I have MGS3 early access. I mean, you can... I'll have 48-hour early access, but... They're doing even more early access, I don't think so. It's not that I'm aware of. Hey, Dima, and thank you for the 6 months as well. Oh, whoops, I should have... Could have crystal dashed across there. That's okay. Coming out in 4 days, I think, right, chat? Already found a fair bit of charms. Not doing bad. We've made a lot of progress on the map, honestly. Go left? I know how the game works, man. No, I never ran 112%. I started learning 106%. Oh, I think... Yeah, so we still have the Hornet fight in Kingdom's Edge. We also have all of Deep Nest and Queen's... We can go to Queen's Station as well. We still gotta do Umu. All right, well, you know what? Let's go get the Dreamer. Actually, I don't know. Like, do we want to change the world state? Because it's kind of annoying, to be honest, once the world becomes, like, fucked up. But I guess that only happens Wait, when does that happen? After you do 2 dreamers? Or is it 3? Oh, is it after 1? Only affects Crossroads. Isn't it already? You have wings? No, I think it's tied to the dreamers, right? Or, oh, is it also tied to getting the wings? You can handle it? Oh yeah, I mean, of course. I'm just trying to think where I want to go right now. You know what, let's go to the resting grounds and get the Dream Gate. We have 900 essence. Yeah, doing the flower quest. Well, I don't know. People are saying the world state changes after you get the double jump anyways, so... I mean, I guess we can go and check. You returned! Collected 100 essence. No wonder the dreamers tried to bury you in that old dream. Perhaps you frightened them, or perhaps being prisoners themselves, they desired your company. In any case, you still have a long way to go. Take this old trinket as encouragement. Huh? Dreamnail holds over 200 essence. You're proving your talent in its collection. Have you seen that great door just outside? My tribe closed it long ago and forbade its opening. But as far as I could tell, I'm the only member of my tribe still breathing. That means I needn't feel bad about breaking a taboo. As proof of my belief in you, I'll open the door. There, the door is open and you can enter the glade beyond it. Listen closely in there and you may hear the utterings of bugs long gone. Collected 300 essence. Yes, I could see the dreams of this old kingdom are starting to cling to you. Very encouraging. You've certainly made my dreary work here more exciting. Being the caretaker of this place hasn't been very stimulating. Shouldn't complain though. Tending these graves and guiding the wielder are all penitence for old crimes. Certain things have to be kept in balance. Take this trinket for your efforts and return with 500. Oh, another pale ore. I think we can get another upgrade now. 500 essence. You're a master in the making. Well done. Well done. I have a small reward for you. Plucked from one of my most precious memories, this charm will bring you and the Dreamnail closer together still. The secrets of this kingdom won't be able to hide from you any longer. Take it in return once you've collected 700 essence. The Dream Wielder. Wait, is that a trinket? Oh yeah, it is. Oh yeah, you can charge the Dreamnail faster. You already have 700 essence. I wonder whether the dreamers are watching you as you work, or even that old king. That lock of theirs, desperate but very clever. I wonder how long they thought it could hold. I hold no disdain for them, though. As history goes on, I grow numb to its repetitions. Take your gift and continue collecting essence. Once you have 900, come back and visit me. Okay, we got another cast now. Another heal charge. Dreamnail 9 now holds 900 essence within its core. Are you surprised that this old kingdom has so many hidden dreams? Yes, you're starting to see them, the connections between us and the dreams we leave behind, like prints in the dust. The time has come for you to learn how to revisit the places connected to you. Hold the Dreamnail tight, wielder, and imagine a great gate opening before you. I wonder if you think we're gonna get the Dream Gate in Silksong? I hope so, man. This was added in like... Wait, what? The Dream Gate was like a DLC update, right? Well, bench warp is... Well, actually, do we know? Like, have people... I assume you can still bench warp now, or whatever. I don't know if it's still benches in Silksong, but... I mean, people have played the demo, so I assume people know. People are playing it at Gamescom. Alright. And we've completed like a lot of the game already. I mean, we still have a lot left, for sure. You know what? I'm gonna go. I'm gonna go to King's Station. Oh wait, I'm at King's. Wait, where? No, I'm at Resting Grounds. How do you bench warp? I mean, you just quit out, and it teleports you back to the bench that you were previously at. But I mean, they could make it so when you quit out, it just takes you back to wherever you quit out. Why speedrun MGS 3 remake? Well, I'm gonna finish it before Silksong. I mean, MGS 3 isn't that long of a game. It should probably only take like 2 or 3 streams to beat it, if I had to guess. Unless somehow the remake is like way longer, but I imagine it's fairly similar. I think we'll have time to do MGS 3 and maybe even MGS 4 if we want. I'm not sure if I want to do MGS 4, but we'll see. Yeah, they fixed the infinite level bug. Yeah, we're gonna do Path of Pain, for sure. We're gonna do basically everything, chat. I want to do Pantheon 5 as well. Yeah, I did Everdark Gladius the other night. I'll probably do a little bit more Night Rain, maybe tomorrow. Do a bit more Night Rain. Will I do Path of Pain? Okay, you gotta be trolling with that question. Yeah, Gladius is fun. I actually liked the Libra fight a lot. I don't know, it was just nice to have about 10x stream Zote. I did all the Zotes before. It's not that bad once you learn the fight. Oh yeah, isn't there... Oh yeah. Sleep beckons eternal and these words become my last. Though my gaze shall no longer fall upon the city, I will act forever in its protection. For king, for bug, for hollow nest, I head now to my rest. Dang it. Oh, now we gotta wait again. Yeah, I did all 5 Pantheons the last time I played this game. The Pale Court. Yeah, people were telling me that's good. I was thinking like after we get 112%, we could try the Pale Court. Or I don't know, like maybe we could... I know that it adds new like charms and stuff into the game, which that's cool, but I don't know. I don't want to make the game like easier if those charms are like OP or something. Am I gonna play Chronos next month? I don't even know when that game comes out. Yeah, I played 9 Souls, I think it was this year, or maybe the like end of last year. It was pretty recent. Did I kill Gladius off stream? No, I just... I just had to make my VOD unlisted. Okay. Go back down. We'll do more of the Gladius fight, though. I had to unlist my VOD because I messed up and didn't have my progressive banner on the stream, so I just unlisted the VOD. Wait, is there a grub? Oh wait, where the hell is this guy? Oh, I gotta go to the right. What's this Progressive ad? Well, I am partnered with Progressive Insurance. I'll be doing some like Elden Ring and Night Rain streams with Progressive in the future. Chat can't drive. I'm sure plenty of people here can drive. A lot of streamers, though, don't know how to drive. I've come to learn. Which, like, that's fair. Feels like a random sponsor. Yeah, I mean, kind of, but I don't know, like, everybody needs insurance. Or, well, I mean, not everybody, but, like, well, if you live in the US, you definitely want insurance anyways. Why is it closed? Gone out to clear my head. We'll be back soon. If you have something you absolutely must sell, come find me in the Fountain Square. I wanted to sell to this guy. Oh, what are you doing out in this miserable downpour? Impressive fountain, isn't it? Sure we'd be able to appreciate it more if we weren't both getting drenched. That night up there was an important one. The plaque here mentions its sacrifice, which carries something of an ominous tone. Probably meant some sort of horrible end, though it sounds like the knight's goal may have been achieved in the process. And all the relics I've collected, I've yet to find a clue as to what that was. I'll be getting back to the shop soon. If I stay out here too long, I'll get washed into the waterways. Come and visit if you like. If you have relics, I mean. I'm not much for chatter. Right. We got a lot of stuff to sell. The King's Idol, eh? Hollowness King was an elusive figure defied by the citizens. With the king rarely seen, worship was offered through these idols. There's an expert craft to them. Few alive could match this skill. An icon of Hollowness King, who is revered as both a god and a ruler, made out of a mysterious white material. These are rare and very valuable. If you look closely, each of these idols is subtly different. There are fine engravings about them that take some time to decipher. I suspect each was tailored to the owner, a personalized symbol of the king's omnipotence. Bellamy Artrid.
Oh, Paul.
You have anything else for me?
Oh,
I think he's done. He's done yapping.
Oh, Paul.
Others have told me there's a statue out by the city's entrance depicting a large knightly figure. It could be one of the kingdom's great five. I've looked over it myself, but the gate's long been shut tight, and it's too much hassle taking the long way around with all those blasted husks about.
Bellamy Artrid.
They're as common as you make them seem. Maybe I've been offering too much for them. Imagine he started paying less.
Bellamy Artrid.
I might not offer a lot for each, but they're plentiful about the caverns, and I doubt you'll find another willing to make trade for Geo. I don't know when I'll get to decipher this one. It's long, hard work translating the many languages of the bugs that explore these caverns. You have a knack for finding these. Corpses must be frequent on your journey. No doubt your nails created many more. Alright, thanks, man. Let's quit out. I guess I could have used the teleport. Okay, I'm gonna go do some investing, chat. Some Corpa. Oh shit, it took me back here. Oh, I forgot. That's how this works. Well, shit. Oh, and the fucking thing is... No! Considered not getting hit. That's seems pretty good. You don't say. Is it possible to crystal dash off this? At least off the side. I don't think you even need to do it off the side. I know there's one spot where it's like weird and you can get a good like crystal dash. It's not, I don't think it's here, but there's a spot like that where you need to crystal dash off like a tiny little side. And the Queen's Garden skip is like that. Alright, Chad, it's time to invest. I think we need to go to the Queen's Station, or is it... Yeah. Hello there, dearie. I was just about to close up shop and run until you came along. Provide a banking service if you're interested. Losing one's geo is a terrible thing, and it's much more likely if you carry it about on yourself. My vault is much more secure. In all my time as a banker, I've never lost a single geo. Maybe you'd consider opening an account. Yeah, I would love to. Millibell, the banker. You're a smart one. Next time some dreadful beastie gets the best of you, you'll be glad to know your geo's safe within my my vault. Now let's do some banking. Goodbye then. Stay safe. Hello, dearie.
Gio, Kalala.
How quickly does she leave? Is it like instantly? No. I don't actually know what triggers her to like leave. You have to rest? Oh yeah, maybe it is based on like having enough geo as well. She's gone! Oh! My money! It's fine, I know where to go. Stop pretending. Fragile greed charm? Is that a thing? Wait, what is that? Enemies drop 20 to 100% more geo. Oh, I don't know if I've done that before. Hold on, let me go get that. Yeah, we don't need the unbreakable one though. We're not gonna die. We need to go. I'm not sure what the. Is it? I guess Forgotten Crossroads. Maybe not Forgotten Crossroads. Actually, I think we just go from Queen. Gameplay isn't doing it for you. Oh wait, there's an upgrade there. We can get it now, since we have double jump. Actually, I think you can get it before double jump. When you make like the hardened fragile charms, are they stronger, or is it just they just don't break? I can't remember if they also are better. It's just that they don't break, okay. Oh, come on, man. Oh my god! Okay, what the frick? Dash. Alright. That's my bad. Can I go above? Hey Mono, thank you for the 62 months. I don't even know if I have enough to buy all of them. They're pretty cheap, I think, but I don't think we have enough. You collect a lot of geo. Give me geo, and you could see something nice. All right. Let me show you then. Take a look. Do you want them? If you really, really want them, I'll trade them for more geo. Oh, we can't get fragile strength, but that's okay. Time to get big money. Songstress Marissa, voice to ease all burdens and still all troubled minds. Isn't there the lady singing here somewhere? Oh yeah. Oh. Wait, what the fuck is this? Scrunk, you look pretty skinny, very scrawny. That's the way to be, I reckon. Just look at me, a great big juicy, fatty, oily, scrumptious bug. No wonder I'm so popular around here. Been waiting an awfully long while. Surely it's dinner time soon. Remember this guy. But where's the singing lady? Is that somewhere else? Is that the Tower of Love? Where the lady's singing? God dang it. Thought this was it? I don't know, I'm confused. Maybe it's further up. The Pleasure House. Dream Nailer? No, I'm not gonna do it. Welcome to my stage, little one. I'm Marissa, a songstress of some renown, though given the sorry state of this place, you may find it hard to believe. Huge crowds once flocked to hear me sing, then something changed. The audience, once so enwrapped, began to leave. I continued to sing, yet my voice fell silent upon their ears. Perhaps you'd care to listen to me sing. You'll be the first in an age to hear it. It's so pointless in dream nailing them. You only get one essence. It's like, why did they even give you the option? I don't want to kill the poor ghosts. But it's one essence? Yeah, but you don't need it. Like, okay, I would understand if you actually need it, but you don't. Hello, Granny. Oh, I've come for my money. Hello again, dearie. Fancy running into you here. Is it your Geo you're after? Well, you see, it's a sad thing, but it's gone. All spent. Cost of running a bank can be high, so I had to charge a somewhat large service fee to your account. Perfectly legitimate, of course, just part of the whole banking deal. But thank you so much for visiting me, and run along now, won't you? If you allow me some privacy, I'll be done here soon. Then you can have the spa all to yourself. Die! Oh, no hard feelings, okay? Die! Money. Does Fragile Greed actually work for this chat? No. I think you get more than you put in. I think the devs felt bad about stealing your money.
And also,
Oh, I guess it's better to get her to the left there. Alright, thank you. 7,000 Geo, chat, we're fucking rich. Where am I? Now die twice and lose it all. Nah. How much did I put in? I put in max. Alright. Robbed her of everything, yeah. Yeah. Hey, the old lady robbed me first, alright? Alright. Patamas Geo. Might as well just buy these. Alright, man, we already have so many charms. I mean, a lot of the charms you can get are just bought, so. Now we're poor. Yeah, that's okay. Yeah, we still need to go to the charm shop and get more charm notches. Alright, honestly, Chad, I think this is a good stopping point for today. We've made a lot of progress. I need to get some dinner. We've been streaming for like 8 hours, so I think I'm gonna call it here. But yeah, we'll continue with more Hollow Knight tomorrow, chat. You just got here, I'm sorry, but it's getting a bit late. Dinner, didn't you just have lunch? I had lunch at like 2:30, which, yeah, I mean, I guess it hasn't been that long, but I'm getting kind of hungry and I'm I'm a little tired, so I don't know. I don't want to push myself too hard. Honestly, we're getting through Hollow Knight like pretty quickly. I mean, we still have a lot of stuff to do, like left to do, but we'll probably get through this 112% playthrough in just a few days. The only thing is like the Pantheons. The Pantheons might take like 1 or 2 streams, possibly. At least if I'm doing Pantheon 5. Because with Pantheon 5, I'm gonna have to like get to Pure Vessel, practice him, and then I'm gonna have to beat him, get to Absolute Radiance, and then practice him. So I'm gonna have to do Pantheon 5 at least like 3 times total. And that's assuming I don't have deaths to like other stuff, so. Yeah, Pantheon 5 is tough. And we still, I mean, we have like Path of Pain and all that, so. Yeah, we definitely got a lot left. Yeah, I'm excited to play more tomorrow, chat. Maybe I'll do a little bit more Everdark Gladius tomorrow as well. The probably one-shot Path of Pain. Yeah, Path of Pain isn't too bad, especially if you have the right charms. If you have the right charms on, it's pretty chill, I feel like. You just need to make sure to just like nuke down the enemies at the end of the Path of Pain. I remember on my first time I did the Path of Pain, I died to the enemies like 2 or 3 times at the end, I think. They do 2 damage with each attack, so it's kind of... Yeah. You really just... You gotta like man up and just kind of nuke them down. Three times, yeah, dude. I was, well, like the thing is, I think my build was like all defensive, so I didn't do that much damage. I think I was using like the honey charm. I don't know what it's called. You get it from like the B area. Like, turns your health bars into the honey. That one's pretty good.